through direct donation. So instead of putting money in the multi-party democracy fund, they made their own calculations to fund certain political parties using their own formula. Now, the biggest chunk of this comes from the legislatures. Now, the money that is allocated to political parties, to legislatures, it has nothing to do with the commission in terms of administration. So we don't audit this money. It is money that is audited by Auditor General in terms of the rules and regulations of Parliament and provincial legislatures. However, the law provides that they must inform us how much they have allocated to various political parties of these houses. So that's how we ended up with this information. And safe to say that at the time of preparation of this presentation, there was only 6 out of 10 legislatures that submitted this information to us. So that last amount of 230 million, there's 4 legislatures that still had to submit this information to us. So the 5.5 billion is just shy of the amount that we have not received from the legislatures. The last part is direct private donations, in total which amounted to 844 million. Now, when you add all these amounts to the information that we had at our disposal at the preparation of this, was about 8 billion. Now, we're sharing the successes that we have experienced to date. Now, this law has given us a firm constitutional and legislative framework that provides for the funding of political parties to strengthen democracy. So we're using this law to disperse these funds in an attempt to strengthen democracy. Whether we're achieving what the law provides us to do or not, I think this collective here will have deliberations around that. The rules are clearer now in terms of political financing and the donor conduct. We still see instances where the donors come late in terms of telling us who they are. Only the political party will declare these donations to us. But what is key to us is that information that is sent to us, the public end up knowing who the donor is or who the donor was. Now, the law also provides us with the powers to penalize the transgressors of this law, but we do that through the Electoral Code. So we don't just go about and penalize political parties. The second part of the successes is the public awareness and stakeholder engagement. It is notable. I'm saying it's notable on the public awareness because we still find, a lot of people who say they do not know what this law is all about. But when you can look at the economy of the country, there are people who are scrambling for bread and butter issues. So political funding won't mean anything for them. They are not going to afford to donate any party of their choice because their interest is to make sure that there's something in their tummies. So we can train as much as we can. But of course, there must be give and take where someone would be in a position to say, I'm interested in this. But what we're getting out there is that we are hungry. Do training, people say, we are looking for jobs. And we are not in the space of providing jobs. So you must look at this from both ends, that the interest may be little as a result of the economical situation in the country. But we have also seen the active cooperation with political parties in terms of public awareness. Of course, political parties have interest in this because it must be nice to us because we have to disburse, funds to them. So there is cooperation from that element. In terms of institutional capacity building, there are training programs that we roll out, and we have developed an online political funding system. This is a system that those who interact with us in terms of donations, in terms of declarations, they will go into the system. It's a safe system where you can enter your details. And we have seen this as time saving in our case. Instead of emails, making to and fro's, it becomes easy to interact with this system. We also use the investigation to augment the internal capacity on a needs basis. We have utilized this a lot to date because this is dependable on the investigations that we're supposed to undertake when there's a genuine complaint. Now, out there, we are expected to go around investigating cases that do not pass the test in terms of investigation. Our reading and understanding of this law and interpretation of this law is that who he alleges must prove. So give us something to work around so that we can go investigate, the case that you are bringing forward. Otherwise, it becomes, a smell which we can't, sniff whether smell is this much or that much. So I want to emphasize that we can only investigate cases that pass the test in terms of Section 14. The other part of successes is equitable distribution. This is what we're doing on quarterly basis, where we distribute public funds to political parties and the contributions that are made to MPDF. At times, we don't distribute monies that are sitting in the MPDF because of a size of what has been committed in the. We get contributions of 5 rands, of 20 rands. We can't distribute that money because the bank charges are way too. Just one transaction, we pay more than 500 rands or so to distribute to a political party. We also have noticed an increased transparency. So these regular publications of donation reports, they are enhancing public trust. Now this is key because voters are empowered with the knowledge of who funds who. So voters, when they go to the voting booth, they know who they are going to vote for on the basis of this information that we publish on quarterly basis. We have done our quarterly disclosures timeously, and public is informed on quarterly basis of what is happening. Another set of success is research and analysis. Now, HSRC is going to present to us what they have done. And I think for success of any law of any area, you need to go back and check whether what you're doing is still relevant. So I think what is going to come out of this presentation will give us an indication and collectively deliberate about the relevance of certain provisions of the law. And we do continue working with our like-minded institutions. So there's a lot of institutions from other countries who would come how we roll out, political funding in the country. With us, would go and check what from the in terms of compliance, which is the last section of compliance, we have seen a hard adherence disclosures requirements by political parties, not the represented political parties. The political parties in the amendment treated exactly the same as represented political parties. Unfortunately, they are not receiving from the public purse, but to submit audited funds. And me and you know that auditors, for that is why we are seeing a low in terms of the political parties that are not represented. We're seeing regular submission reports to Parliament as the law provides that must. So on basis we submit our reports to Parliament. I must say we've been doing for the we got and quite both here, which is review audit visiting that, but confident that we will come out with flying colors. We also submit the audited financial statement. Seen the submission of the financial statement to some unrepresented political parties who tried to comply. Our challenges, I'm almost done. There's limited public awareness. While not all the levels of yesteryears, the general understanding of the Act is low. I did allude to in the past that earlier on that of course we will do our part to try and educate the public on this law. But we have, if we must find a way to be legalistic so that those who are levels understand what the requirements of this law. Well, are not compliant. I did to that earlier on. Compliance. Not all donations or the reporting requirement. So we're late a submission to us in terms of donations. But we're taking those out because better no than not. What I mean is that we'll rather report late to the than not report at all. And those political will be subject to penalties for non-compliance of the law. There are extremely low levels of compliance, more especially, as I said on. The resource constraints, political parties that are here unreported. Time when you go and do training, they tell that we hope to bring a bag of money with you. Unfortunately, we can't because this is an act of parliament and we implement it with its strength. We try to operate within the fairness of the law. So, times, if not, and say, but these ones are applying the law. Loophole picked up that there are provisions of the law that require and we would time we seek legal opinion so that we can take decisions on the basis of legal that have interpreted. Last part is on lessons and future. On education, we will mostly, go to the public on the education because we have recognized those that we are educating, they apply successfully. We will continue to do regular training and programs to help to address these problem areas. The online platforms encourage the compliance, increase transparency, and as I said earlier on, that the online party funding, the political funding system, we have seen it working for us compared to the manual submissions. The need for strong enforcement. This is a topical issue in this space. And I want to underscore this. In our deliberations on how the Commission is supposed or is expected to enforce this legislation, we must use the fact that this EMB is primarily responsible for elections. Now, there may be conflicting views that we are going to run the elections, but at the same time, we must punish parties. Whether how that configured that to look at and do we balance the end? It is important that the independence of the election must be ensured. so that we are independent at all. So I'm saying, let me underscore that, so that when we discuss this enforcement, as the COO said earlier on, let's look at where and how the enforcement is supposed to be rolled out. We have seen partnerships and collaborations with media and stakeholders strengthen capacity. And we wish that our media can continue to assist us in terms of this education so that the public knows what is expected from them. The legal refinements, continuous consideration of amendments to address the emerging challenges and gaps in them. This is the end of. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahlangu. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to sincerely apologize for the technical glitch at the beginning. I think one thing we learn, we grow on a daily basis, is that in as much as technology will try and make things simpler for us, it will fail you when you least expect. We sincerely apologize for that. And we hope that glitch at the beginning doesn't take away from the good work that Mr. Mahlangu just spoke about, that just presented on. And I'm going to right away give you an opportunity to then engage, interact with this particular presentation. This will be as we are working towards a tea break, and then we'll come back to continue afterwards. But this tea, I think for the next 30 minutes or so, fine. But that's your first hand there, ma'am. The second hand is in this row. And I'm seeing three side. For now, and we will come for more. As you do, please, because we are recording this session, make sure that it's on and ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. From United Democratic Movement. My first question is, what brought about the reversal of the amendment on location? We note as the UT that on the eve of the elections last year, the ruling party decided to engineer the change from 33% equity to 10% equally. So we would love to know what brought that about. And from the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, when they went on that process, only one party was consulted. The other political parties were not consulted, and there were those changes which impacted negatively on the smaller parties at that point. But it was a self-serving process by the ruling party where they wanted to take the public funds for themselves. Unfortunately, God punished them. That's why they dropped to 40% instead of growing. They had all the funds in the world. I would like to know about the MPDF. How are the funds that now are put in that account are distributed to the parties, and as opposed to the point where the businesses would donate directly to the political parties? I would love to know, yeah, what did we get? I mean, I know that HSRC gave you a big chunk, and when you allocate it, we don't even know how is it allocated. Whether you take the ANC's 1090 allocation, or how is that done? And why must we have that MPDF instead of continuing with the businesses giving to the parties? At the end, you are expecting the political parties to disclose what they've received. Meanwhile, we don't get to disclose what's given to the IEC by those businesses who are scared of this disclosure matter. And you are telling us that only 6 legislatures have disclosed to you. Is there a cutoff date for the legislatures to disclose? And if they don't, are there any consequences that you are implementing? I think I will pause there now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Sir, your turn. Please introduce yourself, where you come from as well.
Thank you so much. My name is Rita Ronishai, the president of African Freedom Party. I like everyone who managed to enter with that door, as the door is one, including CEO and the chairperson, as they enter on that door, so all we are under protocol observed. This Political Party Funding Act really is not democratic, but as we are here together with the CEO and the chairperson, we can implement to be democratic. Why I say that, on the 5th May 2022, we were at the Range Hotel training together with Mr. George Mahlangu, as he remember. As African Freedom Party, we represent only in the municipal level. For myself, really, it's not a question, it's a comment. Then you take and work with it on your offices. After we learn about Political Party Funding Act at 5 May 2012 at the Range Hotel, we were start to comply because it was implemented on the 1st of April 2021. As we are unprecedented, then we think for the people is for the political parties that is at national level and provincial level. Ourselves at a municipal level, we didn't comply at that time. So after the induction of Independent Electoral Commission, we start to comply. On 2022 to 2023, Independent Commission, they want us the bank statement for 2021. The time when we didn't about the Funding Act, we tried to comply to last month. We pay plus something thousand for it. At the end, they take us to court. That's why it is not democratic. The event for today, very event, we were supposed to make this event before you take African Freedom to Court of Appeal, Bloemfontein. You take us to court, then we try by all to show that we represented, but you charge us 1,000 rands. Continue paying that money. We still owe, and we are going to continue to pay. The fact that I want to tell you, that's why it's not the question, it's the comment. You said we are unrepresented and in the municipal council. Minister Enoch got the budget. They also allocate for the municipalities. Myself, I'm at council Greater Zanin municipality. The budget that is implemented by the Minister Ino Godongwan, I'm going to approve it on June this year to my local communities. So which means I'm represented because I approve the budget that is implemented and approved by Ino Godongwan. That one, and still it's not democratic. This one, please, if you want to make it democratic, we must make it clear.
If you can please.
Right, no problem. So now, as we are at municipal, we don't have funds. It's democratic because the political that is at national level, they get funds. That funds they to the municipalities. I want to give you an example with the ANC party. So once you allocate them, the more millions as the majority is add down, they're going to allocate the members at municipal level against us. We and to 100% hope, sure, I'm not going to win. To give them money in other ways. So, but the last one, as leaders for at level, you need prayers, guys. So you can think. Yeah, so you can think for us. Organization really is suffering. Need prayers. Even myself, I will help you with prayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's check the.
Thank you, Program Director.
Can we?
Leader for Al Jamaa. We heard from the Deputy CEO that low compliance with Act. And that means it is elected by the streets. When an election is called, the political playing field should be leveled. I want to know how the ICE responds to the accusation that it has propped up the governing party for 30 years in the name of democracy and proportionality with the way that they fund. At the moment, the funding for equity promotion is 10% and 90% for proportional. And that is the greatest threat to our democracy, in my view. Possibility, if we feel that when there is an election, playing should be level, equal, the governing party and opposition. Obviously, we must find to include those opposition parties out the opposition, official opposition. Lastly, we have, in my view, overreacted that people want to know who funds political parties. The people know that. They know that. So that's why there is this low compliance. Instead of fixing the looting when it comes to procurement, instead of the security forces dealing with those foreign countries that wants a regime change and fund political parties, instead of dealing with the challenges we now have this act, a complete waste of time, in my view. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Number 4 is this right? You say. You and I think 5 and 6 are further down. Yeah.
Ngithokoze mna wethu ngilochisa executive njengoba iphenje ngizokhuluma la engabe lethwa ngilikhuluma sakhula ningizwe kuhle mina kwethu ngiba ungabi ngoba ngilala makhona ungangivimbi ungiyekele ngibhede.
But could you please parade?
Thank you very much. Ngifuna ukuyithoma ekuthomeni into le ngoba into le iyasilimaza thina ama small political party because anisicabangeli. In 2022 uMahlangu wasibizela eWitbank azositshela ngale political funding act nokuthi kufanele sithathe incwadi zethu sisikubantu abazibereke. Sa raise concern thina asifana khona imali. Umahlaku Pitlo, we African voice sifatu izwi ngelesichaba. Lintswi ke lasichaba. And leyo hlangano le. Mahlaku jika nento le uyela le phezulu obokhanya ukuthi thina indlini abaseli imali. Ngoba nangiya emrino wencwadi uyongitshela ukuthi ufuna i6000. Kodwa i6000. Ukuthi asenze ngabo mail ka member. Ngabo August wadwa ngithola i-email batho ngoba ngoNovember besithoma nokufika wasiyakuzako ngingena ngoNovember ngo20 ngabo May ingoma ilevet bank kumtshela ukuthi thina namali esiyitholako and there two khuluma ngepolitics why ningabe sinhla kunzola thina anisifaka phela ama-10 ama-15 million ukuthi nifa thina anila andi ningena njani emzini nami mina ngiyahola wo jama tata ungakawubethi izandla mina ngiyahola kunemali engiyiholo namakhaya 4 khanye one emroka 10% yethu ku-political party sihelebhe isitshaba ngomasipalata abhalelwa helebhe nifuna ukuthi kodwa imali yethu ukuthi siyibeka kanjani engingasinikeli Ndina mthenye kunationali lezo zikunationali nifuna izwe incwadi ngoba no njenganje namthenye ngezincwadi ngikhiphe 3000 10,000 yami ngisele ne4000 fanele ngiyohelebha abantu ngoba bhatela I mean babhalelo so now namthenye ngikhiphe imali ngibhadele ubaba loya uthola 2 weeks yonke sihlezi asibere organization just because imali yethu ikhambe sayinikela incwadi of which ngeli mahlangu samtshela ukuthi sathi akhabona awuyisela ukuthi thina ngeke uyokuhlolisa incwadi yadura wathi uzabuya yini mara ngoba asinalizwi isitshaba sinalizwi nathi abapakathi asinalizwi lapho kini nathatha izinqumo sathi nobahlala siyabathu ababhadali phela ukuthi ngasilimazi That was good. Ngoba botobaleka wenza imali ingakulandelela ukuthi imali yakho uyibesanjani kanjani. Thina just khona umholo wethu nifuna ukwazi ukuthi ngomholo wethu senzani. Why nani ngasikhuluma nathi abasifande nathi ama-political party amancane.
Thank you, sir. Point is made.
The symposium is only starting, so. Sir, can I just clarify that the symposium is only starting? We are going to engage. You have raised your issues relating to your unrepresented party not having the resources, and that's a point that we are taking note of. And I believe that it will be responded to. Thank you very much. We will engage as we continue. We have noted your concern. We have noted the issues that you are raising. There are 2 other questions further down that were raised. We will take another round afterwards. Sir, I think that you were the next one.
I don't know. He said it's stable. Stable.
I want to start off by saying that to me there is a clear mismatch between what is being declared and what is being spent by the political parties. If one looks at the expenditure that must have gone into the election campaigns, then clearly far more is being spent than what is actually being declared. So there is a mismatch. There are some loopholes that need to be looked at. But then I also want to say that there is a slight problem in our thinking. If you have high disclosure, then you must have high state funding. If you have low disclosure, then you can have low state funding. What we have done in South Africa is we have made high disclosure, but we've kept state funding low. We have done a comparative study, I'm from the Inclusive Society Institute, we have done a comparative study between democracies with high disclosure and South Africa. And we have found that South Africa, and it's done in terms of power purchasing parity, and we have found that South Africa is totally underfunded. In fact, we find, this was done in 2021, that out of the state money that goes to political parties, on average, it's only about 20 rand per citizen over the age of 15. Only 20 rand, which is about half of some of the other countries overseas. So we need to fix that dichotomy, because if we do not do that, we are inadvertently being counterproductive to the objective of this act. This objective is to fight corruption. But if you are starving political parties from funds, they need to put up posters. They need to have adverts on newspapers. They need to have rallies, etc. If you're starving them and they cannot get the money in, you are going to find a situation where they're going to find loopholes and they're going to find ways and means to circumvent that act. So that's my first observation, is that we are underfunded in South Africa.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I've got two more quick points.
Okay, please make them short and direct.
Yes, the third is with regard to this 90-10. It costs any political party a basic amount of money to get its message across. Whether you've got 1 voter or 1,000 voters, basically it costs you the same to get your message across. So what I am propagating for is an adjustment. Where we say that each political party get a basic amount to run a basic party, and then you can bring in the 90-10 split, the rest. And then lastly, for your underfunded democracy fund, possibly you do like some countries do, when people fill in their annual tax return at the end of the year, they can make a contribution to the political party of their choice, and that way that money can feed into the democracy fund. Those are my proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. The last hand, I think, yeah.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Chairperson, and CEO of the Electoral Commission. My name is Sean, and I'm coming from the fastest growing political party in the world, the Economic Freedom Fighters, the political party that have shaken the Oval House, where they've had a topic that was debated around the world in the United States of America. Commissioner and Program Director, I wanted to ask, are there any consequence management in place for those parties that don't fully disclose the donation and those that don't meet the deadline? That's my first question. The second one, are there any strong enforcement mechanisms in place to ensure compliance with the regulations and prevention of abuse? And in its current form, we feel that there is a potential for corruption and misuse of funds in the current system. Also, I wanted to ask in terms of this large single donor funding. You remember very well, Commissioner and the CEO, that we had a state capture in this country, where private institutions were even appointing ministers in this country. So if you are donating money to a certain organization, don't you think that you are going to have a state capture in the country with the political parties that are influenced by these private donors? If you are on someone else's pocket, the hand that feeds you controls you. You know that very well. So are you going to be having those kind of issues whereby we feel that we've got political parties and the government that is controlled by the wide monopoly capital finance that will deal with the quotas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for those questions. And yeah, I indicated that we'll take another round. So we're going to allow. Oh, is it? Okay. Okay, I'm seeing that hand and this hand. I'll take these two hands and then I think I'll allow the CEO, the chairperson, and the Matlangu to then answer the questions.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm Anastasia from the APC. I'd like to thank come and share our experiences and challenges that we will look at. My first concern here is we talked of multi-party demands. And South Africa is a free tire. I don't want to very much on the headline, which is the local government, which some of my colleagues have spoken about. I think we have taken note of that. In terms of accountability, all political parties are treated the same when you attend symposium like this. And when we register for election, the political parties who are not represented in the national and provincial would not get funding. But when it comes to submission of audited financial statement, we have to do the same. Wow, that is the only thing that reduces disparity. The third one that I want to comment about is the attendance of the PLCs. That's where decisions are taken. That's where information are shared. And political parties were not represented, like the APC. We don't get that information, but we have to comply. We are not raising this issue just because we are kind of, because in terms of accountability, our tragedy is an accountant, but an accountant firm himself. So we are not kind of, but we are just raising issues that affect us as South Africa, as democracy as we claim to be. Because if you are in democracy, you cannot just leave others because they are not represented in the national opposition. Can't we treat them equally? That's a thing that we are looking to do before this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question.
Thank you very much. My name is B.T. Hoffman. I'm from the ANC. I would like to respond to some of the things that were said about self-serving, ruling party wanting to change the formula. No, I'm not. I am colleagues.
Can we please restrain ourselves to allow the question, just like we allowed others?
When we had the 66%, 33% formula, we did not have independence. So suddenly we were going to get possibility of independence coming into Parliament with 0.25% of the vote. Under that formula, they would have had 10 times the amount of money for their seat, for one seat, that a party like ours would have, and 5 times the amount even that parties further down the scale would have. So it was ultimately the party funding is there to help the party fulfill its obligations to its voters, to represent people more effectively. So to give an independent 10 times as much as the governing party is just simply not fair. The 90-10 one still gives a one-person party 3.4 times as much. That's for the equitable funding. Because the Constitution says it has to be proportional and it has to be equitable. Which means it should favor smaller parties with at least something because they don't have the same human resources and other resources. Under the current formula, they would get 3.4 times, a one-person party. No independence actually made it, but there are some one-person parties. They still get more than the bigger party. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. This is how I'm going to suggest we move forward. I'm going to bring back, I think, the CEO and the chairperson if they would like to make input in this regard. But first up, I'm going to allow Mr. Mahlangu to. Oh, is it the other? Okay, no, that's fine. Thanks. Okay, Chair will deal with the questions. Thanks.
I just want to thank you for an opportunity like this, one that we have not had since political funding was implemented. But it cannot happen without rules. South Africa is a society upon which respect is one of the values we have. It will not happen anywhere else but not apply to this room. It's not proper. And I want to appeal to all of you as our guests to speak in a manner that respects others and acknowledges that others also need to present their views. We simply cannot have a free-for-all. Please bear with me. We've got to be firm but fair. I think this is not a meeting worth collapsing for purposes that are so, in a way that we can even address them on a one-on-one basis. There's nothing to hide. And I think I made that point, and I want to make it very clearly. We simply cannot have chaos in this meeting. I ask that all of us that are here, we have been invited, effort has been made, we have taken from the public purse to have this occasion. Let us please make the best of it. That's point number one. Point number two, I accept that we are dealing with a very difficult matter here. But let's not cloud the matter in some conspiracies. And it's actually clear in legislation what we're doing. We, from the Commission, do not write legislation. We implement it, and we report on the implementation of that legislation. To come and say we have been funding someone, it's incorrect. In fact, and it's not true, to be frank. And let us be fair, and let us do the things we know are correct. Whatever funding regime we have is never going to be signed or written and signed by the IEC. It will be written in Parliament, it will be signed as laws are signed, and we will apply it without fear, without favor, and without prejudice. We have nothing to say we have done that we need to hide. And in fact, if it is so, we will deal with that very clearly. So it is incorrect to say that we are propping up someone at the expense of someone else. If that is so, let us look at the law. That's where this comes from. The last thing that I want to say is, these 2 days, even as we were putting this program together, we know it should have been more if we could, but we simply can't, abuse the little that we have, and then leave here without anything. I ask us to be orderly, and I ask us to engage in the matters that concern us. I'm clear that some of your concerns may not be completely resolved today, but we have begun, and let us begin well. I want to thank you and ask you to help us to have this session in an orderly manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I would like to, with your permission, I don't know if there's any pressing matters that you would like to address after the Chair has spoken. I think I would like to request that we break for tea. I think it has been a very, okay, I've got, I think, one compelling request. I'm going to allow the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs to make, I think, one last input, and then we will break for tea. With your indulgence, thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. I wanted also to, I was worried when the issues that were raised by the few speakers. And we want to, because we have a responsibility also as Parliament or members of Parliament who are here, to attest some of the process that we engage when we deal with the law. The first point that I need to deposit is that the Independent Electoral Commission is not a branch of any political party. You can laugh, but I want to indicate that firmly, because this narrative, we're observing it, and I think we may need to confront it at all. And secondly is that the structure of Parliament, when we process legislation amendment, in relation to the IEC, it goes to the portfolio committee, which we lead as the collective who are here. And I want to deal with the matter of the Electoral Act or amendment in that we dealt in the previous 2 years. That occasioned what Ms. Vitti has raised in terms of the formula and the allocation. We did not smuggle this process in Parliament. All political parties that are represented in Parliament and in the committee helped in this question, including what Mr. Mahlangu has raised on the shift of the threshold. And it would be misleading that the committee or political party has smuggled this initiative that will be taken. It is informed by the public participation. We invite political parties to comment within the framework of the Constitution and the legislation. And I think that is a path we need to do. So we can't stand here, Chair of Commission, to allow a negative narrative in this important symposium. We agree as members of Parliament that all process of legislation that must be taken must be enforced and must be informed by such of this platform that we've created as the IEC. We've recently created a platform to deal with the e-voting, and all of us will communicate it. So I think I'm standing also on the issues that we are raising, that we have a responsibility to guard those that have a responsibility to process legislation, informed by all the stakeholders and the public. But we can't allow that a narrative is being waged when this important question of the party fund, there are weaknesses and strengths that we must take responsibility and advance. But to apportion that these laws that have been taken into Parliament have been smuggled, no political parties that have been consulted, it's a wrong narrative that we have a responsibility to debunk. The last point, I think, when we come back, Mr. Mahlangu may need to assist us, and I think he has raised the on the enforcement of investigation. When I was sitting here, I'm saying that he's trying to say that is the IEC in its status to conduct electoral work or to investigate the anomaly that will be there. So those are two issues that I wanted Mahlangu to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that submission. I think it really makes sense that as representatives of Parliament in here, you clarify that issue. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very, I believe, highly charged first session, but we will settle in as we proceed, because there is quite a lot more that is still coming. That was just right at the tip. There's going to be more conversations, more discussions. I'm saying let's calm down. We will have an opportunity to present our issues, our views, and hopefully in a much more calmer way. And I'm going to declare this part of the session over, and let's have a leg stretch for, it's 22 11 on my watch. If we could please be back in here at 11 sharp, and we will proceed with the second session. Thank you very much.
Bahlonishwa, ama-presentation ale session ezayo ase-line up yakhona iprogram ninayo. Ama-presentation abhalwe ngani lapho? Lara? They say they don't know the running order of the next three presentations. Which one comes first?
They've got the program.
Can you help them?
Yes, they've got the program.
You know who's presenting first from the HSRC?
The CEO is delivering a speech, so we have nothing for her. And then there's one HSRC presentation for both sides.
Okay.
So,
If you can just help them to line them up and double check so that we don't struggle again.
sorry, that we get. Yes, I am also.
Imamulalele wona manje yenze njani ngoba wozobona nama-settings i-right.
Still right, very much.
I-right kumina bova wozobona.
Yeah.
Yabo, ngena ngo-USB, coming with the USB.
Yeah.
Yeah, USB audio.
Audio, yeah, codec.
Yeah,
codec,
input.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a USB codec.
Isa on vele ila ilokuzana stream.
Yeah.
No, khona ama-multi-tweet avuliwe.
It's been up here. Mic is on.
Even here, kuyilokuzana kuyilento.
Oh, the camera mics?
Yeah, maybe it's your camera. Yeah, it's your camera.
The camera mic picks up.
Yes.
Oh, it's only
No,
picking up
no,
this
it's a
lab.
camera.
Oh, it's picking up this section here, you say.
Huh?
It's only picking up this section.
As we talk, you can hear us talking. I cannot hear the rest of them. I can only hear us here. Somebody open the screen.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's not the mic, no, but then the mic from. Oh, that's why you asked him if you've got a mic over there. That mic.
Because I'm coming with the lokuzana. Yabona ngingena ngo-USB.
Yeah, see when he's talking, we can hear him.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
No, no, I'm saying you see the things moving.
Yeah.
Check abanye line lapho ukuthi bakhona laba abaranini.
I know. Come.
Yeah.
Off now. Still picking up. Let's try to see what is picking up.
I connected and the presence of the sorry, that one.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, books. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Ndate. Ke a leboga. Ke a leboga, Ntate Masemo. Hey. If we could we are about to get into the next session on our agenda. I hope that we have been able to blow some steam from the cup of coffee, I mean. So, should be fine now, I believe. If we could please all move into the auditorium. As back to the auditorium, I'm going to make a request for the CEO of the HSRC and her team to approach the stage as we are about to the session. I have indicated, I have requested that you scan the code on the for your text. There is a lot of information there to interact with. There's a lot of information to enjoy. So the CEO of the HSRC and the team could please approach. Sir, I'm not sure who is out of order if you're asking for a point of order.
Your last member of parliament, we to our question. Member of parliament is.
Sir, can I that person who addressed him before we spoke was about a man, person or any other designation?
So like that for me is going to be used. Thank you.
Can I please ask you to listen to me when I'm trying to clarify? Say, very welcome for raising those issues. The point I needed to make is that the HSRC make a presentation. You'll find there is synergy. They are presenting and the presentation. So is not going to be lost. After their presentation, we will go back into question and answer session and of the issues they raised. The issues that were raised earlier. So on that note, I'm welcoming to the stage the Human Science Council. Thank you very much. Without a waste of time, if you look at your there is a research that the Commission has commissioned. The chairman has spoken study fully carried out Human Research Council. And the team from the Human Sciences Research Council, and I'm going to hand over the CEO to introduce the team and, the address, go into the actual presentation of the things. Thank you. Prof.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Muswetsi. I'm the CEO of the HSRC. I noticed that earlier on we were making jokes about height, and I'm continuing on that, but maybe to also say maybe for the earlier session, CEO, I see we were the 5-day agenda. So the HSRC, we have to disrupt it, and you'll see from the team, we are also going to light agenda as well. I was wondering why the light harness CEO and the chairperson as they were, and I realized it is indeed a very subject matter that we are engaged with as Africa. I think for us, political funding and finance is a sensitive issue in everyday democracy with, I think, significant implications for fairness and legitimacy, and some of those sentiments were echoed today. South Africa, particularly historic and structural inequalities, make access to campaign funding clearly consequential. Unequal access to political finance often reinforces unequal access to power. However, I think we also are in a country where political funding is regulated. Because if it remains unregulated, there are risks that all of us avoided 4 years ago, and we're here to that. And I think the first risk of an unregulated funding regime, is to also avoiding, and we are working with is foreign interference in domestic politics. And I don't want to refer to a country that is looking very close around political funding wrong if it's unregulated. More for us, a regulated political funding regime will help us deal with any matter of disinformation. Because regulated, we've seen how information around political funding can erode the same democracy that we want to consolidate. An unregulated funding regime can also deepen, and I think this is what some of the comments today were alluding to, can also deepen existing privileges. As the HSRC, we always are proud to partner with the IEC, and particularly for this round study on the impact of perceptions of PFA. CEO, I said this when we met, different subject in Cape Town. I'm always encouraged by how brave IEC is, even in showing up today on a different that you could have said as IEC CEO said, I have no interest in this discussion and ourselves up to this for 4 years. This is not a long time in articulating the outcomes of a policy regime. But I'm also, more than anything, I think, to sing the CEO's praises or IEC's praises. But for HSRC, I think IEC continues to demonstrate its role in learning as indeed an important institution for us. Not just learning, but from research. Research at HSRC, I think, points to a number of things, and the colleagues will talk more detail. But initially, I want to just highlight things emerging from that we are indeed dealing with implementation that has challenges. And we're here to simply that all that we are admitting that not all well as a country through a unique opportunity fixing what are challenges or as implementation, the PFA's regulatory mandate ongoing difficulties. The main difficulties that are surmountable. Political finance is ourselves, we simply think that it is just with a very and difficult challenge. Just only because it has. I think our research is pointing to those challenges, but is also signaling to us that we are not alone in dealing with such a phenomenon, and can and as I said, I think my team us to pledge again through partnership with everyone in that. Firstly, evidence is very important. I think there's a lot of hearsay. There's a lot of what we want to say. Pontification sometimes takes. I want you to pause and listen to what everyone who's in this room is saying. And research is going to say to that right direction. And I must heed some of the lines that the public that we've engaged with HSRC is saying around these matters. And maybe you would revise some questions that you were asking, and we can ask new questions that forward. As HSRC, we are also committed to supporting a process that is democratic and that is accountable through research. Thirdly, and finally, for us as HSRC, we are strengthening institutions, our country and many institutions serve all citizens regardless of their political affiliation. With that, thank
CEO for those regarding the importance of and based policy development. I think it's a very important aspect as a mission. Then I will reiterate and emphasize that this report has been made available. I think it's on the public platform. The QR code I referred to, if you in scroll, you'll find this. With that, I'm going to invite the research team to deliver the presentation. Do this in 2 parts. Right now, I have Dr. Bennett, Dr. And I think when they are done, the other that will join me on the stage to the aspect of the research. Gentlemen, Father's Day, thank you.
Hopefully Father's Day continues. I'm going to just give a few basic introductions about the study topic. Basically, in the presentations, just to Simunia, we are, even though we're broken into 2 parts, just can't fit everyone on the page. And we've also a lot of online members of the team and some in the room as well who can also need to be acknowledged. So in terms of what we'll cover in this presentation this morning, is firstly to give you a sense of what were in terms of reference, what are the core objectives, basic methodological background. We're not going to present an in-depth literature review. I think Mr. Mahlangu and colleagues good introduction in the last session as important background. This is available for download online, and that includes the broader literature. And then we'll talk to the of findings. It was a mixed methods study, so we have an element that is based on representative public opinion data, and Dr. Mchua will speak to that. Then my other colleagues who will join us on stage speak to the interviews that were undertaken and lead us into the next round of discussion for policy etc. But let me continue talking. So there a golden the evaluativeness of the Electoral Commission's capacity to implement to public as well as state and limits for private donors. Explore displaying relationship between finance possible relationship finance and gender equality and representation as an example, vulnerable and investigate feasibility and desirability of different regulatory, such as income-based versus expenditure-based approach. Whether responsibility investigating breaches of the Act should remain within the Commission or be transferred to another institution. And lastly, to required by the Commission full compliance with the Act. So those were the background objectives stipulated in the terms of reference. In terms of the broad literature review, there was a design of a it was embedded in the HSRC's social attitudes survey called the Social Attitude Survey. It's a representative survey we've been administering annually since 2003. And this iteration was under in addition to that, a series of qualitative key interviews with members of representatives of parties, the Commission itself, civil society bodies, academia, and donors. And there was also a focus throughout the work. On the survey, and this leads us into the first part of the presentation, it's designed to be nationally representative of the population 16 years and older living in private residence. It's a random sample that's based on firstly the selection of 5 areas around the country, so small community samples using the census geography as its underlying framework. 3,500 were, and we went in and administered face-to-face interviewing, as I said earlier, in February, March this year. The realized sample was just over 3,100. Data were using Stats' most recently released mid-year population representative of those 6 years. So with that, I'll hand over to my colleague, Dr. to talk us through the findings they are.
A very good morning, distinguished guests. I am a research team that conducted a study. Thank you very much. Yes, so like Dr. Robert said, I will be presenting a native component, which was part of 20. Of an understanding of pretty much 10 years or so is that there is huge dissatisfaction about democracy in the country. So what we found is that about 58% expressed levels of satisfaction, and about less than a quarter, 23% expressed levels of satisfaction with how democracy is working in South Africa at this point. There are also high levels of dissatisfaction with the political leadership. Slightly over 2/3 that indicate political leadership, and only 17% expressed satisfaction. train for the we then to assess and measure knowledge of politics in general. So we found that there is high levels of interest in politics. About 66% of our respondents indicate that they either have no interest at all, they are hardly interested, while there's only about 33% are very interested or quite interested. Then asked our respondents whether or not they are always aware or understand of what's happening on the political front, and so more even in terms of knowledge. For example, about 36% said that they can in the political front, while as 37% said is never or seldom the case, meaning that they are well aware of what is happening. We need to look at patterns of political behavior and donation. So here, we ask, have you previously or raised for a political party candidate? And nearly 3% and not do it. There's only 6 said that they do. At our subgroup, we saw a couple of highlighting points or points worth highlighting. We saw that residents who reside in areas double the odds of having made political decisions. So if you live in a you're more likely. We all found education and social economics will not be precursors of behavior. That whether you are educated or not educated, there is a difference in whether or not you're likely to donate. And being a member of a political party is strongly associated with having donation. We then look to and or whether or not for the free donate. We found here is that a majority of about 53% agree that have the right to a political party and then candidate. There's 17%. So what is worth pointing out here is that all citizens, 73% in the previous say they do not donate. The right to donate is not lost on them. And that is a very important observation to make. Subgroup analysis shows us that if you had donated before, or whether you haven't donated before, there was not any influence or impact. And electoral participation seems to be a strong indicator of willingness to donate or supporting donation fund. Electoral participation in particular seems to indicate that more regularly, more likely to support them to donate to a political party. Or to the enforcement of standing and awareness. Mr. Mahlangu said earlier on, the levels of knowledge and awareness of this party, and our study emphasizes that very same point. About 81% of our students know when we ask them, how much have you heard or read about the Funding Act? But the Act is still not, and 11% had a bit of what. From a subgroup analysis, we found that, of course, those who are related to political parties before are likely to have knowledge. So, unlike the previous, education and social status were not key indicators. Education and social economic status were key indicators here, meaning that if one is able to have an education, if one is public education or has high levels of social standing, likely have higher levels of particular act, the opposite being also true. We then looked at support for the finance regulation now. We asked our respondents, to what extent do you support or oppose laws like political acts, which we call political party and candidates, to say where exactly funding comes from. Here, we found out that 42%, while not a majority, but a sizable a chunk of the respondents indicated that they do support such a legislation. When we look at that, those particularly who have post-secondary education are in support of the legislation, which is also consistent with the previous slide, where we said that those at high levels of education are aware of it. When we look at the circumstances from a provincial overview, we found that such as the Cape and KwaZulu-Natal was quite high or strong, while as in provinces in the Free State, support was not necessarily strong. We then talked about the view that there's not enough information, either far too little or too little. Where are the concerns mostly prevalent? They are mostly prevalent amongst those with post-secondary education, and it's also quite important to note that those who indicated that there's a lack of public information are more likely to support these measures such as PFA. So this speaks appetite and information and knowledge when it comes to matters of political funding. We then look at as to whether or not that is supported in what we have in our study. So we asked, do you think donations or limits of 50 million was too low, too high, or about right? And what we found that the maximum limit of 15 million was said to be far too high or either too high by nearly half of our participants at 46%. Just over 29% said that it was just about right, and about 10% said it was either far too low or too low. Subgroup analysis standpoint, we find that when you compare the rich and the poor, those of higher economic standing are more likely to favor greater donational limits and support would then move on to tracking of the actual spending. And then the question, how important is it for the Commission to collect information on how much money parties and independent candidates in South Africa are spending? So how important is it for the Commission to collect such information? We found here that 37% said that it was very important, with high levels of importance being reported at 19%, while there's only less than a quarter, at 24%, said that this was not important. So we are seeing again the emerging the recognized importance of collecting such and also monitoring spending as well. From the subgroups, we find that those who have donated before, whether to political parties or candidates, less likely to think this was an important task. And support for legislation nature, which is the PFA, has a strong correlation with the importance of political spending. So if you are in favor of the PFA or if you support the PFA, you're also likely to see political, the tracking of political spending being just as important. We then looked at see exactly the significance of tracing the sources now. So we asked, overall, how important is it for the Electoral Commission to collect information for parties from the previous slide about spending? We are now talking about sourcing where the funds. We found out about we then look at the confidence in political funding sources. For this question you asked, how confident are you that the Electoral Commission has been able to get accurate information about political parties and independent candidates in South Africa get their funding from? We found that less than a quarter indicated high levels of confidence at 22%, and 36% indicated high level. We are seeing a strong differential in terms of education. So if one is or is more educated, they are likely to be confident. Provinces such as Mpumalanga were amongst the highest in terms of confidence in the Commission, while as Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal were amongst the lowest. We then look at the ability to enforce the Political Funding Act. Here we basically asked our participants, confident were they that the Electoral Commission take legal action against those who do not comply? And what we found here is that levels of confidence are also quite low. At less than a quarter, 21%, participants indicated any level of confidence, while as low confidence came in at about 38%. When we look at analysis, the Western Cape province stood out as being amongst the highest, having the most confidence. And we've also found that if you are an individual and believed in the freedom of donating, the 53% we spoke about earlier on, you are also likely great confidence that the Commission is going to be able to enforce the Party Funding Act should to. We then looked at the Multi-Party Democracy Fund. We then sought to, like Mr. Mahlangu said earlier on, again, knowledge on this particular initiative is also quite low, and our study also proves that very point. About 79% of our participants said that they did not know or read much about democracy, while it's only about 11% said that they were aware of the fund. We found that provinces such as Limpopo and Mpumalanga were at the lowest levels of awareness. But we found that if one has strong awareness of the MPDF, they'd all know about the PFA. And those who are aware of the former, those of the MPDF, they're also going to know the PFA. We sought to assess confidence in the Electoral Commission's management of this initiative. So we asked, how confident are you that the Electoral Commission, which is the Multi-Party Democracy Fund, effectively? And here we found again lower levels of less than a quarter said that they were confident at 22%, and about 36% said that they had low levels of confidence. We also saw the consistent pattern and theme of higher education and socio-economic standing correlating with greater trust in the Commission, meaning that if one has higher levels of education, socio-economic ability, they are more to have greater trust and confidence in the Commission's electoral of the Multi-Party Democracy Fund. But we also found that the MPF also plays a critical role in those who are informed about the fund. And if you are informed about the fund, you're more likely to have confidence about the management of the fund. We then sought to look at the willingness to donate to the Multi-Party Democracy Fund. Consistent to the 73% earlier on that we mentioned on willingness to donate in general. Here, we found that 74% said they are not willing to donate to the Multi-Party Democracy Fund. So the consistency is there in willingness to donate either in general or to the Multi-Party Democracy Fund. We also then found that about 16% said that they were either willing or very willing. When assessing our subgroup analysis, we found that if you've got lower levels of trust in the management, you are also not going to be willing to donate. And adult citizens who voted previously were less likely to donate. It's probably an exposed matter, while there's those who have obviously engaged in the process or who've donated before, likely to donate again. But then a few open-ended questions about whether or not citizens were unwilling to donate. And a few key themes actually were because there's a lack of trust, there's a lack of knowledge, political processes in the world. This must be taken in the context of being so in general. As I saw in the previous slide, exposure influence one's positive view of this, while as if you've engaged, more likely to be less strong. And we also found that those who are or who believe in the process of donation, they see it as somewhat of a duty, civic duty. It obviously relates to what? To promoting transparency, our groups, also in democracy as a whole, because democracy is the responsibility of every citizen. But what these findings is higher levels of public education outreach and information sharing is likely to continue encouraging citizens to have positive or good support. But remember again that levels of the MPF at 81% are low. So a lot of people do not know of the MPD, but those who have knowledge are likely to have positive value. We sought to look now at is a tax. You'll be much more willing or less Party Democracy Fund if you use some money at the back of the taxes like a tax rebate. Our participants are unrelenting on this particular, and tax rebates didn't pay them. 65% said that they would be very willing or willing to check of whether or not there's while there's only 8% indicated that they were willing. From a subgroup of this, we found that those who are active in their political parties and who've also engaged in the process of donating to respond positively to such an offer, because obviously they've done it with incentive, again, incentive. We're now going to look at changes that have been made on the MP. So what we're looking at now is support for monitoring participants or disagree. Monitoring how political party spending is a good way to accurately reporting to the donations received. And what we found here is that a strong majority of 55% agree. So believe one of the ways in which we can monitor the donation is looking at how the party is spending the money they've declared, while 7% disagreed with such. What we is that monitoring is quite high amongst those of higher socioeconomic and those who are privileged with an education, and who voted more likely to be in favor of those who've not voted yes. We then ask whether or not the spending or the funding will be predicated on the parties who receive funds or public money as promote female representation or female support, particularly list. What we found here is that participants agree with this notion at 49%, while there's only 10% disagree. And level found particularly to be high in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and we also found that and those who are politically active believe that I've come to the end of my section of the presentation. Colleague, some of the qual, and just to is not related to Nazi, she's equally good at her job.
The members of the research team. We're the bomb squad.
Mic check. Okay. Good. I would like to stand on the already established protocol and greet you all. I have a few slides on the I will be reporting on the qualitative part of the interviews that we conducted. It will just be general findings because of the very limited number that we have. Because the study essentially I'll use mine here. because the study was essentially on the effectiveness of the IEC in implementing the Political Funding Act, we had a few questions that we asked the key informants that my colleague, Dr. Robert, had already alluded to, that we interviewed 26 key informants. The first question was whether the IEC is implementing the PFA effectively. And most respondents believe that overall the IEC is in fact effectively implementing the PFA, but they also acknowledge its strengths and weaknesses. The respondents also noted that the political funding unit's administrative arm is considered they considered that the political funding unit's administrative arm is reasonably capacitated. However, the investigation function is not as adequately capacitated. And several limitations were expressed on that endanger the effectiveness of the commission. Those included the legal provisions that can enable the coordination with other institutions such as the Auditor General, the investigative capacity, technical difficulties with the online disclosure platform. And then the other question was whether the IEC is perceived as the appropriate institution to implement the PFA. Was whether the Electoral Commission is the appropriate institution to implement the PFA. For instance, no, sorry. So it was whether the IEC is the correct, the appropriate institution to implement the PFA. Most respondents agreed that the overall responsibility of implementing should be the responsibility of the Electoral Commission, but there were arguments for considering other alternative or complementary institutions. And the proposed collaboration was to address the IEC's capacity constraints that have been alluded to by Mr. Mahlangu and other speakers. And then it was suggested that the political funding regulation or some of its elements, such as investigation and enforcement, might be better managed by other partners. There was also an observation that there is usually a lack of balance when you look at what the political parties are reporting and what they show through the massive campaigns. And another question that was addressed was also whether was the income-based or the expenditure-based model is appropriate. And in South Africa, currently we have the income-based system, which provides a foundation for political funding transparency, but it also has its limitations. But it also has its limitations. And then it was suggested that maybe a hybrid model of combination of both income-based and expenditure-based might be the ideal approach for South Africa. And And now I'm going to hand over to my colleague to lead the discussion on key issues and key questions. Thank you.
Are we good afternooning? We're good afternooning already. Hi, everyone. Greetings. I think I need to speak with my eyes. Hey, thanks. Perfect. Is that all right? Thanks. Hello again, and all protocol observed. Thank you for your patience. So these are some of the other key issues that emerged from the key informant interviews, and also read in the context of the quantitative data. The issue that confronts the Commission and stakeholders is this question about, or one of the issues is this question about how best to monitor political finance. Do we look at sources of funding, or do we look at regulating expenditure? And as my colleague, Dr. Konazi, has indicated, there's a feeling among people that we interviewed that there is inadequate information, inadequate reliability of information that is being disclosed, and therefore a complementary focus might be looking at tracking expenditure. So using one to complement the other. Whereas in many other countries, the focus is to choose one or other model. So the question here is, and these are being offered for your inputs and your ideas and your feedback, please, is what do you think is most appropriate? What do you think is most effective? Bearing in mind that the capacities and the focus of these regulatory mechanisms are quite different. So focusing on income or donations raised empowers the voter, whereas focusing on campaign expenditure focuses on trying to create a more equitable playing field for elections. So it was pointed out by one of the informants who we interviewed that South Africa hasn't really yet faced the kind of extreme campaign expenditure that one sees, for example, in the US or American elections, where you have really billions of dollars spent on advertising and other campaign activities. We've not yet seen that kind of extreme difference here in South Africa. At the moment, social media, door-to-door seems to be largely the way campaigns are undertaken, and possibly with rallies as well. And obviously that is a significant item of expenditure, but also T-shirts and to a lesser extent pamphlets. The enforcement is quite different, and we noted that if the IEC is to do this, it would need quite different capacities to enforce these two approaches. Monitoring expenditure is really difficult except after the fact. There is a possibility for some real-time expenditure of income if we follow the example of other countries, for example, Colombia, which has a real-time online disclosure platform. That might be technologically possible. What is the appetite like in South Africa for that kind of monitoring of disclosures of income? So these are quite different. They can require quite different kinds of monitoring. For example, to estimate the size of a campaign rally, for example, You'd have to know what is the cost of hiring that stadium, what is the capacity of that stadium, where does the party bring its supporters from? Do they come from near or afar? So having that kind of information would be quite different. And then, sorry, I'm just trying to, here we are, some questions then. One of the issues that is not mentioned here that I think is worth alluding to, because those of you who are sharp-eyed will have noticed we haven't mentioned gender here, and this is one of the other key questions that was set for us. But among the very small sample of political parties that we interviewed, but many other stakeholders, there was quite a divergence of views. There was not, I would say, among political parties, they thought that we interviewed, this was not an issue. Promoting gender was not something that needs to be incentivized. Those who agreed to an interview thought that merit-based considerations were more important for them. Quite different from perhaps what the public is saying in the quantitative data. Similarly, with the Multi-Party Democracy Fund, people thought that this is an issue best left to political parties to decide, rather than imposing a mandate on them that is not organic, driven by their own political platform or their own members. So the issues to discuss then is how do we safeguard the IEC's core mandate of election management? We have to agree that this is what the Constitution first gave to the IEC, running free and fair elections. But we've seen from the data, and this was reflected in the qualitative data, that there is, while there is support for the IEC to continue managing elections and delivering free and fair elections, there is a tension that arises with this additional mandate that's been given to them much more recently of managing finances. And we've heard just during the first session of this morning how sensitive an issue this is and how much pressure it delivers to the door of the IEC. So how do we safeguard that core mandate, and how do we best manage the secondary mandate? In the key informant interviews, like with the quantitative data, there was a division of views about whether or not we could do these two things together, or whether parts of this could be delegated to another institution entirely, or perhaps managed by a collaboration between the two institutions. There was a strong sense, though, I should add, among the key informants that the IEC should retain overall responsibility. There is a trust in the IEC as a Chapter 9 body to be independent about these things, and it should retain oversight. But the mechanisms and the mechanics, perhaps, should be undertaken in a way that is more collaborative, where expertise might lie, and where resources might lie, and where the IEC currently does not have those resources. And we've seen in the austerity context in which the IEC operates, as do other constitutional bodies, in fact, the IEC's budget is decreasing. And so how does it meet this mandate when it has a decreasing mandate? Who can it call on as partners? And we didn't come up with a clear answer, I must tell you, which is why this is a question and not an answer. From the interviews that we conducted, and of course it wasn't a question that was asked specifically in the quantitative part of the survey, quantitative part of the study, who, if not the IEC? We couldn't come up with an answer that was clear and coherent. There were lots of people who said, came up with suggestions, but they essentially amounted to partial answers. They didn't provide a complete answer. And then looking at the implications of these suggestions for partners for the IEC, many of the suggestions that were made would require potentially a change in the mandate of one of those bodies. Would they be allowed to share information with the IEC if the IEC continues to undertake investigations? But if the IEC doesn't have adequate investigative capacity, who else might there be to conduct the investigations? And yes, there are some partial answers. So the SARS could they provide information to the IEC? What about taxpayer confidentiality? And that's a very, very strong element of SARS mandate. It's not allowed to share information. So maybe SARS is not the best answer. The suggestion was also made about the Auditor General to conduct audits, but of course their mandate extends only to public funding, not to private funding. So perhaps they're not the best partner for the IEC in respect of private donations. So then if not them, then who else? As I say, we didn't come up with a clear answer from stakeholders. And then looking at the Multi-Party Democracy Fund, does it provide opportunities to expand support for democracy, but in its current form, it's not set up to perform? So at the moment, it looks solely at incentivizing political parties who are represented. There were lots of suggestions made about perhaps looking at parties that are not represented. Is public funding or private funding through the MPDF, could it be earmarked for parties that play a particular role in promoting gender representation? There was disagreement. Could it provide an opportunity to incentivize other forms of participation, such as a departure from the same ratio or proportionality or formula that's used for the allocation of public funding? Could we look at a different formula here, not 90-10, but something different with the MPDF? Again, not a clear answer coming out of the interviews. Quite different views coming out. So I think these are some of the issues that we'd like to leave you with as we enter into the Q&A section. We are happy to try to answer some of the questions that you might have that we might not have answered, and any other questions that you might have that we haven't detailed here. But I'll hand back over to our Director of Ceremonies.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the team from the HSRC. I think it was quite a mouthful. I think some of the points that stood out very clearly, and I'm going to request that as we engage, let us engage with the findings. Let's not, start a different conversation, please, because that may not be answered in this research. So as we do that, let us engage with what is here. Let us draw connection between the different submissions that were made this morning and arrive at something that will take us forward. By so saying, I'm just cautioning that I don't think we are going to have time to deal with other things that are not related to what we are here to do. HSRC, thank you very much from different parts. I think we learned a lot about issues of anxiety about the influence of funding in politics. I thought that came out very, very clear in the findings. Others are saying there's too little transparency about funding sources and so forth and so forth. But I'm not going to summarize the report that was very so eloquently presented. I'm going to open an opportunity. I think we've got enough time if we use it fruitfully, and I'm going to encourage that we do that so that each one of us here can have an opportunity to raise the issue that they might have. So I'm going to request a show of hands so that, we can identify those that would like to talk. Okay. I'm going to start from here, go that way, and then we'll come this way and go that way, if that will be fine. So I'm identifying Ntate Dinekere there. I'm identifying you, sir, right there as number 2. There's number 3 at the back, 4 next, 5 and 6, I think you gentlemen that are sitting together there, and 7 yourself there, 8 and 9. So let's go that way, and yeah, we'll deal with the first 5 and then we'll go to the next 4.
Thank you, Chairperson. Peter Den Akker from the VF Plus. Earlier on, we had some people speaking on the 10%, 90% equal share and the proportional share. And I think we were forced prior to the election with the independent candidates coming on board to re-look legislation. But time was against us. We are now in a place where we can rethink the whole process, especially also with the result of the election and how independents actually performed and the participation of independents. So I do want to urge the chairperson of the committee, thank you for being present, sir, and also members of the committee, and then also those political parties who are here, who are part of the government of national unity, to engage one another and to see what can we do to rethink this piece of legislation and not just come and grandstand here and speak against the 1090, but let's come with concrete solutions on the matter. Then, Chairperson, the report that we've also seen now deals with represented political parties versus unrepresented parties. And we do understand that especially in the Constitution makes provision for assisting parties on a national level, those represented in a national parliament and also provincial legislatures. But I do understand that the problem that some of the what is known as unrepresented parties do sit with is the fact that they are represented on local government level, the third sphere of government, but yet legislation is not assisting those parties. And I do think it is something that we need to look at, especially once a party has won a seat in a local municipality. What can be done on local government level to also assist those political parties to take part? In saying this as well, I think it would be very unfair, and we can have a debate on that, the issue of parties who are now contesting for the very first time. At one or other stage, we were all there. You never had any seats. You were not a represented party, and you had to go and struggle to get funds, to get donations. So I do understand the challenge that brand new parties have. I recall prior to the last election, we had a specific party that was very against the parties receiving funds from government. Now they've won some seats in national government and in some provinces. Now they are smiling. You don't hear them saying anything. So yeah, I do think we need to have a debate there. And then lastly, the whole issue and the report showed that the spending, reporting on the spending of political parties, I've said it many times and I want to say it again. Show me how a political party spends its own money, and I will tell you how they will spend government or taxpayers' money. If a party can't pay their own staff, how will they pay other people? So it starts there. Manage your own finances, and then let's come and manage the finances of the country.
Is this as you wrap up, Chair?
In saying that, I do think it's already difficult in implementing the law with parties reporting on their income. How will we ensure that they actually report on their spending? Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Neger. I think you'll hear that some of the questions as they come, they may not necessarily warrant response from the research team here. So I might ask some of the lawmakers in here, parliamentarians, I think, to interact with some of the questions. Some might be the commission responding. I think we will approach it that way. The second...
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. My name is Lukona Mnguni. This is an important conversation we are having, but I do think we need to be honest with each other, whether or not we have a commonly shared goal in terms of what we want to achieve with political party funding. Political parties generally don't like this piece of legislation, so I think that's the first point of honesty that we need to move. That's why they conspired together, all of them, during the Electoral Matters Amendment Bill, to create a gap in the law for 3 months, where it wasn't clear whether people should disclose or not. And they created a serious crisis for the IEC. Until my vote counts and colleagues are here, had to intervene through a court challenge to address the lacuna that had arisen in the law. So I think we do need to check whether we are just here to discuss. It's nice to discuss, but I think we do a lot of it. But do we share a common goal in terms of moving forward? Because if the IEC says there has to be public awareness campaigns, for example, it means that also political parties must participate in creating that public awareness. And by the way, 11% levels of awareness, it's not that too low for a piece of legislation like this. The public does not consume politics. And luckily here, there are people who have been editors in newsrooms and they know the numbers. When politics come on, people switch off. We know the numbers, those of us who have worked on media platforms and so on. So I don't think you must be too hard on yourself about this issue of awareness, but also you must, check the high levels of dissatisfaction with political leaders and politics. I'd actually be worried as a politician in this room seeing those horrific figures. 67% of the people don't have trust or satisfaction on political leadership. But I want to address the one thing that we must address because it's clearly now coming up quite seriously. It was part of Dade George's closing remarks in his presentation. It has come up quite sharply now, is this idea of the IEC and managing this thing. The IEC had initially made submissions that it's not ideal for them to be with this mandate, but to make a less expensive process, it was seen as though the IEC ought to be the manager. But now when in a public platform, a political party says, there's been settlement of a lawsuit in court, and we want to understand the terms of those settlements if they accrue a donation that is not disclosed. And then there's a tango whether the IEC should be proactive about it. It is going to make the IEC collide with political parties, and it's not going to be ideal in the long term. And I think if we are to have a serious symposium, there are certain action items that we must move out of here with to say, perhaps IEC, be honest with us. How fragile do you feel about being mandated with this? Because effectively you are saying, manage elections, your PLCs must not descend into chaos, but at the same time there is an unaddressed issue in the room. We do know that political parties are not entirely disclosing. There are parties that ran elections, massive election campaigns. They have not disclosed a single rand to the IEC. It's either we are foolish or we are just in academic dispute. So I'm trying to say a different body will probably need to be created for that with the little money that we have. The last part is that what is nice is all of us in this room, majority of us have never donated to the Multi-Democracy Fund. It must not be theoretical. Let's answer, why are we not donating to that fund? Because some of that money, through the 90%, is going to a political party you don't like. That's the reality. So there's a structure, there's an inherent structural issue in the Multi-Party Democracy Fund. And unless we are honest about that structural issue, you will not be getting 10 rands from me. That's the real. So we then need to talk about how do we have a conversation about this Multi-Democracy Fund, which is, it's a good innovation, by the way. But the formula to disperse those funds may not always appear to be fair to other people. And of course, lastly, Chair, this issue of represented and unrepresented, when the term of office is coming to an end, the reality is that all parties are going to seek a new and fresh mandate from the electorate. We need to have a serious conversation about this issue, where because you were represented in the previous parliament, you must acquire or accrue certain privileges that unrepresented parties don't have. And we know that some parties would have been represented, but they don't come back Others, they come back by this, sleight of their hair. But I'm just saying, we need to be honest in these deliberations, and we need to give ourselves time. I know there's a problem of time, naturally, and that's why we don't get things resolved, because we always have this problem of time. But we need to say, these are the burning questions. When are we going to be able to answer them? And of course, then we'll allow the legislators to go into their portfolio committees, and we will fight them, sometimes take them to court if need be. But that's the nature of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ntate Mnguni. Yeah, the third hand right at the back there.
Thank you.
Right at the back, behind. There, yeah.
My name is Isaac Menar. I work in areas around media, access to information.
If you could please speak up a bit. And also, I've been requested by those that are online that they would prefer to have the camera roaming to where the speakers are. I just needed to remind that. Thank you. But please speak up so that those that are online are also part of the conversation.
My name is Isaac Menar. I work in media policy, access to information, information integrity, and so on. I want to pick up on the international benchmarking that's been done as part of this study. And in particular, I want to refer to the African Commission on Human People's Rights guidelines on access to information and elections in Africa that they issued in 2017, where there's a section specifically dealing with political parties and a subsection on financial disclosures and full disclosures. Now, in terms of those guidelines, South Africa has an obligation to adopt legislative, administrative, judicial, and other measures to give effect to the guidelines. And seeing that the IEC, alongside the Information Regulator and Human Rights Commission, are implementing partners of these guidelines, and the HSRC has done extensive research on it already, I would like to have an understanding of how do you think the current legislative framework, as well as the practical disclosures, live up to the continental standards set out in these guidelines? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think there are two gentlemen immediately in front of you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Mahlubi Madela from AK2 People's Party. Chair, my question or my concern is about is what the CFO, when she addressed us about the system glitches. Chair, as a person from the rural areas, I noticed on the previous elections that there was a time where the system was disappearance. So we are appealing to the Commission that since the CFO indicated that you are doing well in addressing and researching to attend the glitches on your system, we hope that on 2026 local government elections, there will be no glitches on your system. You will try to make sure that, but what it comes first when the system or it disappear is that maybe there is a disturbance. So we are appealing to the Commission that they must address all those issues. And my second issue, Chairperson, is about sharing information. Sharing information in time is very important to avoid the courts when it's the time of elections. What happened last election, I was very new. My party, it was almost 2 months, 3 months.
Sir, can I, with respect, try and bring you back to the subject of conversation here?
Okay, I will.
I listened for the last 5 minutes to try and find you, but I can't. I really cannot. And if your questions...
No, my question, the CFO touched about about the system glitches. I'm done about it. But my second point, Chair, is about sharing information. Sharing information, Chair, we request that the Commission to be advanced in sharing information to the new political parties to avoid to other parties to not participate in the election.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir. Very well noted. The next question. Okay, I think it's the gentleman in front of you, yeah?
All right. No, thank you very much.
Doesn't look like you sure that you had raised your hand earlier.
No, I did.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Yeah, in fact, it's me and the gentleman sitting next to me.
Oh, okay.
Yes. No, thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Tapelo Mokhale. I'm representing the EFF. Just on the two presentations, I think because you said there's an overlap between the first and the second presentation, so I think my question will just touch on both. I noted that in the research that the HSRC conducted, I am particularly interested in this aspect of the multi-party democracy fund and the fact that their research reveals that, you know, there's a reluctance by many adults to donate to the multi-party fund. But I think what is missing from that research, I would have appreciated if maybe they will answer why they did not include in this research the big families which are the biggest donors in this country. And we know them. It's the Oppenheimer family, which are pumping millions into certain political parties. What are their attitude? Is the research also touching on what are the motivations? What is it that these people seek to achieve with the amount of money that they are pumping into certain political parties? Because it is of great concern to me because we saw that in the previous elections, the opposition party received, a particular opposition party, I won't mention the name, received more funding than the ruling party from particular family. So those aspects, I think I would have appreciated to hear from the HSRC. What work have they done with regards to these large single donors and their influence in our politics?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thanks once more.
Yes, and the context is the research that was done by the HSRC, just to remind everybody.
Exactly that. On the presentation for the research,
You missed the hands here.
It's fine, we'll come back to you, it's okay.
On the presentation of the
You can afford to sit down so that it records properly, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And on the presentation for research, they was indicating that there is funding in South Africa. So I
switch your mic on, please.
we don't have democratic political funding in South Africa. Reason being, the president of South Africa is Cyril Ramaphosa, which is also the president of ANC, is the one that they established this party funding on 1 April 2021. Then on the 14th October 2022, they appoint the chairperson, which is Mr. Moepsa, to monitor proper, to deal with us as political parties. Thereafter, the member of parliament, Musa Chavani, occupy for that portfolio committee, whom we sit here now to monitor. And again, I want to be in clear. I want to be in clear. Don't stop. You will understand really what I'm trying to say. I said now, here, that one is not working. The political party that we registered, 596, including ANC. So now our hope is only on CEO, Simon Mamabolo, because it's in the middle. Why I said 595 parties is one side. So chairperson of IEC is a side. So as Simon Mamabolo is in the middle, we put hope on him, including also on you. Then we will pray for you to take our side so we can get the fund. Because the people don't have hope on them.
Okay.
They vote for him for money, so give us also money. You will see that party is dead.
Thank you very much. We thank you for that question. I think it's quite, very interesting question. Sir?
Is it correct now? Is it audible? Yeah. Thank you.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I know, Program Director, that I am not mandated to remind people of the conference protocol and rules of order that you mentioned this morning. My name is Mboneni Begiswayo. I'm from Action SA. We are represented in the National Parliament. We are not represented in KwaZulu-Natal, but in other provinces we are also represented. There are two things that I thought I should raise in this symposium. The first one is whether or not the Act allows, pardon me because I have not read that Political Funding Act in its entirety, but I want to check if parties that are represented at the municipalities at that level, is there also funding set aside for municipalities to fund political parties that are participating there? That's the first one. Then the second one, I heard earlier on Chairperson mentioning that there are certain political parties that have not disclosed their financials. And if the legislation requires that all political parties must disclose, why is there no consequence management to those political parties that have failed? Because for me, it's a violation of a legislation, a particular clause of that legislation. So why? Who is supposed to be taking step against those? Last one.
Thank you, sir. You said two questions. We allowed you to. Is there a third one?
No, that's the last one now.
The third, meaning the third one?
Well, okay, the third one.
Okay.
So, Chairperson, I just want to get something to take home coming out of the research. Are we saying South Africans, only 11% of South Africans are aware of this Funding Act and also its purpose? And if that is the case, because that is what the research suggests is happening out there, it is whose responsibility is it to make sure that the citizens are informed and are aware of this particular Political Funding Act? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sorry, sir. You pointed at me, but he came into, yeah.
I think you are now hijacking the process.
No, you made a mistake, Chair. I'm sorry. I'm not hijacking. I apologize.
Okay. You're going to ask the next question. I'm allowing this because I noted that
number 7.
the first few inputs
Yeah.
were really inputs and not questions. And I think I'm going to allow
Thank you, Chair.
some people from the floor to answer. I even picked maybe 1 or 2 questions that are directed at the researchers. So I'm going to allow
A question.
1, 2, 3, I think 4 more questions. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was number 7 on the lineup. So, in terms of the levels of awareness pointed out in the HSRC research, there's 11% is significant but not big enough. There's a sense that, for instance, the mandate of civic and voter education from the IEC side is significantly underfunded, tied to the point of whose responsibility it is to make citizens knowledgeable about changes in legislation relating to elections. Is there a sense that political parties aren't taking enough of the share of the load when it comes to broader civic and voter education? It seems as though the funding that was increased twice in two electoral years, or towards the election last year, none of it was driven towards sharing things about Section 24, all of that other legislation which political parties ended up complaining about, even though they were part of different briefings of the IEC and are part of Parliament as well. To what extent can we create a mandate that funding that is driven from our pool as citizens through our taxes becomes obligated, that a certain percentage of it ought to be for that civic and voter education, especially given the underfunded mandate that exists from the IEC, the troubled financial environment that the CSOs even find themselves in at this point in time. And this is primarily given that changes in legislation need to be communicated quite often, and it's not going to where it ought to be. Thank you very much.
I don't think you introduced yourself.
Spamandla is my name. Inkinga being number 7, but it's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, gentlemen over there and the 2 ladies after you, and we.
Thank you. Thank you. And I was number 9, so I don't know what happened to number 8. But I'll go anyway. Brett Heron from the Good Party. I think, first of all, let's thank the HSRC for the research and the report. But I think maybe there's a question missing, is what was the purpose of the research? Because we now have an outcome of research. I think the research is somewhat disappointing in that South Africans seem to be disinterested largely in the party political funding regime. But if the purpose was for us to look back and see whether this party political funding regime needs to be reviewed, then there were parts that I think that the research missed. And I was interviewed in this process, and I raised it with the person who interviewed me, that the research was not going far enough. We heard earlier a comment made that the disclosed political party funding didn't match the spend in the last election, and I think that's an accurate observation. And the research would have been helpful if it had gone there, into the expenditure part, seeing that we've just come out of a national and provincial election. Because it is important to understand how much is being spent on elections in South Africa. It's important, particularly given our socio-economic conditions and challenges, that parties are probably spending. I mean, there was speculation that, I'm going to say the ANC was going to spend R1 billion in the elections and the DA was going to spend 600 million rand. That's almost 2 billion rand spent just between 2 parties in an election. And if you start to add all the political parties together, you have to wonder around about the raising of private donations to be spent in an election campaign in a country with such deprivation and inequality, and that people are investing in political parties when they have huge means. So I think the research needs to go a little further, or maybe it did go further and we didn't get that information around, and the question was raised by the EFF, what motivated the large donors to donate and what motivated them to select political parties.
Okay.
Instead of, no, I'm not finished, multi-party democracy fund.
Okay.
I think that's that part. I would like to make a proposal also around the multi-party democracy fund that more research must be done around why corporates are choosing to donate to political parties rather than the multi-party democracy fund when their wealth and their profits are generated across a broad range of South Africans who are not necessarily the voters of the party that the executives are choosing to invest in. There's something wrong there, where a corporate can select a political party to fund when they make their money and their profits off the general population, who are their customers, who are not necessarily the voters of the executive's choice. So we need to maybe, the research needs to go a little further into how we can tweak our party or overhaul our party political funding regime so that it does allow new entrants to enter, but also makes the playing field level, and where people are not making choices on my behalf. I buy a product, and the executive of that company chooses to invest in a party that I don't support.
Thank you, Mr. Heron. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jana Varfimius. I'm from the United Democratic Movement. I'm
Can you speak closer to the mic, because
I do apologize. It's a little bit awkward. Jana Varfimius from the United Democratic Movement. I'm interested in the provincial breakdown of the data, whether there was, because you highlighted some information on Mpumalanga. This was interesting I can't remember what information, on certain questions, certain provinces were highlighted. Why was that significant? Why was something more important to Gautengers? Why was something more important to Northern Cape Townians? I was just curious about that.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Princess Dipuo from South African Royal Kingdoms Organizations. First of all, I'd like to thank the IEC for reviewing the submissions of the audited statements in 2023 to 2024.
It's Parliament, it's not IEC.
Oh, whoever did that, thank you very much. It helped a lot.
We implement the law as the IEC as we receive it.
Okay, that helped a lot because auditors are very expensive. And as a unrepresented political organization, I would like to make a submission, if we are allowed to do that, because all my represented, unrepresented colleagues have spoken. I can't repeat what they said, but I'd like to make a recommendation. Represented, unrepresented political organizations, is it possible that they also can be funded? As a recommendation, at least absolute minimum, if they have to give us minimum money, they must pay our IEC bill when we go to the elections, particularly when we go to national elections, because they're very expensive. If they can at least, as a submission, agree they're saying we are unrepresented, even though we are represented. Therefore, we are represented, unrepresented organizations. So minimum, at least pay the bill of IEC when we go towards elections, because it's exorbitant. That's a recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Princess Dipuo. I'm going to request, Chairperson of the Commission, I'm looking at you and I'm wondering if between yourself and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee would like to address some of the issues. I think some of them came from the first, Ntatedi Necker, I think, asked question that 90-10 was decided at the time when there was pressure for this and the other. Could that be looked into? I think I picked a question of that nature. And I was thinking questions of that sort are not so much related to the research. Could they be responded to from your table with the chairperson of the portfolio committee or?
I actually don't have any response to make, but I do want to thank the attendees in this meeting for raising the level of discussion. I think in this session, there have been quite a number of good questions, and I think we need to encourage that even more. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Chair. I think there were recommendations from plenary in relation to the process that were dealt with. Two issues, Chair. I think before the 2/3 that was changed before the 90-10, we're using the 90-10 over period of 26 to, since it was amended by, enacted by Parliament, and it was changed to 2/3, and I think there were electoral process matters amendment bill that we engaged on, and there were comments in relation to what Ms. BT and others have motivated. This discussion which we're dealing with today is an initiative of the Portfolio Committee with the IEC. In the 6th administration, we engaged with the IEC that they must commission a study to ascertain the effectiveness of this political party funding. And I think what Mnguni is raising, that there may be a room to engage on other legislation that are raising. But as we stand now, is a decision that Parliament has taken on the formula that is being implemented. If there's views that are being carried, and we're here not to communicate new decision, but to listen to the views or the conversation that has been raised. You are aware that there's a current electoral panel that we're engaged on, and once the report is presented to Parliament, some of these issues will arise in relation to the funding of political parties that are represented and unrepresented, and other views that will be carried. And I think we're noting some of the issues that are being raised. But the legislation that has now been passed and implemented is what we're dealing with, including the party political funding. But this conversation, we're noting some of the issues that are raising, and I think members of the committee will interface with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I know that I promised that we're going to go into this side with the questions, but there's a few specific research-related questions that I would like colleagues from HSRC to attend to before we move into the second round of questions. Gentleman and lady.
I'm going to try to answer what I think I can. Some of the questions that have been posed don't fall within the terms of reference of the study. I think anybody who's been a researcher or who has commissioned research knows that there are always more questions that you would like to ask, but time and resources don't always allow. So there were some, unfortunately, necessary limitations to the study, otherwise this could have gone on forever. But I think these are important things for us to bear in mind about future issues. But to try to measure, for example, actual expenditure versus declared income would be beyond me, for example, and our research team for this study. But to go back to the question asked by Isak Minar, whether I think, and this is a personal opinion, it's not something that the study explored, whether South Africa complies with the AU guidelines on the proactive disclosure of information in elections, my answer would be no. And that's because of gaps in the legislation. That's not the IEC's responsibility, and therefore not something that they could commission us to investigate or study. The Article 20 of the AU guidelines says that political parties should disclose, this is paragraphs I and J, assets, investments, membership subscriptions, subventions and donations, and financial schemes initiated. The Act does not cover all of those things. That was always an issue of contention during the drafting process. And that is one of the gaps, the big gaps in the legislation. The other one was alluded to by one of the other people who asked a question about this family that donates. And the issue of related parties is also a gap in the legislation. So there is no prohibition on related parties. And I think, as Mr. Mhlangu gave the example earlier. If he is the CEO or the chairperson of a company and he gives in the name of the company, he can also give in his own. That, in my view, is a gap, and it allows elite influence on politics. But it's not something that the study could investigate, I think. So I think there are the benefit of this legislation, I think, even if it is imperfect, is that it allows us to see perhaps a little bit behind the curtain about what's been going on that we didn't know about until now. Now that we do know, I think that the reality has been presented to us of the history of the development of political finance regulation is that it's always a moving target, is that you have to learn from experience, you have to adapt. Your legislation must evolve with the times and with what you discover to be the issues in your country. And they'll be different in the US as they are different here. So I think those would be perhaps some of my answers. Let me just check. I think the question was asked, what motivated the large donors? Many of them declined our request for an interview. So we still don't know. Anything I can add beyond that? To answer some of the quant questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We'll try answer to the best of our ability. May I please just start with the last question from the member from the UDM regarding the provincial breakdowns. So you will probably get to see it in the actual report. There's sub or demographic breakdowns of all the questions and what stood out. So what we put in front of you was the key or the main figures that stood out. So for example, on the matter of whether or not the Electoral Commission should be responsible for this undertaking of the PFA. Remember, we said it was 64% who said that the PFA, the Electoral Commission is responsible. However, in that 64%, in Mpumalanga province, 82% of the respondents said that it should be the IEC. And then 76% in KZN, while there's only 39% in the Northern Cape. So what we showed you was an overall average, and then we highlighted that particular provinces had quite a strong view on this particular matter. So that is how the whole province age demographic came about. So we only put out those that stood out, but the entire provincial breakdown is in the report. Thank you. I think it was the matter of case number 7. Yes. So I think it's important to acknowledge, of course, that, like Lukona said, generally levels of knowledge in SA are quite low. And as researchers, we also get humbled by this because you pay so much attention and interest on something, you develop a questionnaire, and then when you actually pose it, you find that people are not as knowledgeable. So I think your question particularly is who's responsible for information sharing. Much like democracy itself, it's everyone's responsibility. Political parties, civil society, media, it's everyone's responsibility. And I do think that that just goes beyond just the PFA, but democracy in its entirety. Because we have this very same conversation when it's election time. Who's responsible for information sharing when it comes to the election? So, and our data also quite makes it clear that more often than not, citizens do place an obligation on everyone to play their role. So platforms such as this and reports that have been written are one part of it. But there's a role that is played by civil society, there's a role that is played by political parties, and etc. And maybe part of the conversation should also center around establishing how do we best go about sharing information in a way that doesn't necessarily place an unfair burden on particular institutions. So that would be my response to that. Then there was a question from the gentleman from the Good Party regarding how far did the study go in relation to some of the questions we asked. Like my colleague Advocate Gary said, there's always more you can ask. And what we also present here is not the be-all or end-all. There is room for more. Even whenever we do our quantitative stuff, we always acknowledge that there's room for qualitative responses or questions that will give us answers that we may not get from the quants or that we may not get from the qual or vice versa, which is why we tend to lean more towards mixed method studies. But even within those mixed methods methodologies, there may be questions that we do not necessarily answer because they were never part of the original terms of reference. So we truly accept that, of course, the point you make that the study can go further, perfectly valid point, but based on what we had were mandated to research, these are the findings, and you will get to engage with the responses more when you see the entire report because it is much more detailed than the actual presentation. If we were to populate the presentation with all the information that's in the report, we'd still be presenting even now. So the report is also going to be quite helpful on that. I think that will be all, unless if there's a question that I missed, I'm more than happy to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ngapeli. The CEO would like to make short inputs before we move over to my right side, I think your left side, as long as you are aware that you're standing between yourselves and lunch when we get to your questions. But yeah, CEO, let's give you an opportunity to.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. I just wanted to deal with the residual questions that were not attended to from the first segment. Some of them have been dealt with through the discussion and the recommendations made, so I will not go there. But maybe one or two. Firstly, that the 6 legislatures that are yet to submit, it's in relation to one financial year, one immediately passed. So it is not for the duration of the 4 years is the implementation of the act. So I think that's quite important to clarify. The issue about the coverage of local government, it's well made, and I think the policymaker is here to note that point. So we won't get into that. The proposals that were made by Inclusive Society. Yeah, you see, when you address substantive issues, the mic goes off. The issue that includes about a basic, like an equalizer in the distribution formula has been noted. Plus whether people in their reimbursements from SARS, would they be willing to take a portion of that into the multi-party democracy fund. So those are not. Now, in terms of consequence management, yes, when a party does not submit financial statements as it should in terms of the law, then the Commission can approach the Electoral Court to order the payment of fines and so on. And that's the framework for the imposition of administrative fines. I mean, it ranges from year to year. If you are a repeat offender, the quantum increases and so on. The question that we had posed at the beginning was, are those measures effective? Must they be improved? And so on. That's really what we ought to be engaging. And lastly, the issue related to PLC attendance. First of all, the PLC is not a decision-making structure. It's a consultation mechanism established in terms of the Electoral Commission Act. So it doesn't have a decision-making power. Ultimately, the policy decision-making vests with the Commission. Of course, the voice of the PLC is important. It can't be ignored. It has to be factored into the policy-making process. Now, if you are not a represented party, you may request to be on an ad hoc basis to be appointed for participation in the PLC. And the Commission will evaluate that and take a decision whether in those circumstances it's appropriate to admit you for participation in the PLC. Having said so, I think it's important to go back to the starting point. At the very beginning of this exercise, we said, we are here to review what has been over the 4-year period, to record what the pitfalls were, and to make suggestions about what improvements could be considered. And the last session, this very session, is beginning to go in that direction, which is what we welcome. But this symposium is not that cannot usurp the role of the policymaker. What this symposium can do is to package solutions, proposals that emanate here and present them as we plan to do to the policyholder, which is a parliament. So I think as we make these suggestions, as we engage, as we show frustration, let us be alive to the fact that the Commission is not the policyholder, is the implementer of the law, administrator of the law. It would have to pass to the policymaker the views that here to arise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, after that submission by the CEO, I would just like to find out if indeed really you feel the need to continue to engage. Give me a moment, let me, right? So I'm saying, okay, at this point, could I please appeal to your stomachs, to your tummies? At least represent them and to say, perhaps let us defer these issues because there is still a lot of conversation that's going to take place. And these issues are not mutually exclusive. If anything, they are interrelated and the conversation develops as we continue. I beg your pardon?
On behalf of the PAC, we are volunteering to lecture our friends who are not represented. If there are questions, we can answer them during lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think you are settling it for me. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to officially bring this part of the day to a close. This is just part of the day. We are far from done. And I'm getting encouraged. I think CEO, as you're indicating, that this last session is beginning to talk to what we are here for. And we appreciate that we started on a very high note. So let us continue on a proper note going forward. So with that, let us break for lunch. You won't see me on the podium, but rather you'll see my colleague, Ms. Ntombifuthi Masinga, who will run with the afternoon session and will proceed in that fashion with other presentations. But thank you very much for your engagement. Let's continue after lunch. Thank you. Let us please come back at 1400 hours. Thank you for being a lovely audience.